Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name's Aqua7 Trinai, Tristan, Deadsalon, whatever you like to call me. I talk to people on the internet, and I play video games. I'm a former cult member, a former Joel's Witness, so we try to make the same place for everybody, but I do talk about sensitive subjects such as politics, theology, religion, and philosophy. Welcome on in. I am testing out to see if a new stream time works. We got a new person. Bella, hello. How are you doing? Hi. Today we're playing Project Zomboid. Yeah. That is what we're planning to do today. We're petting the God Cat? Where is the God Cat? I actually don't know where the God Cat is. I know where he is. I found him. Come on out. I'll get him a treat to come on out. On. Anyways, how you doing, Bella? Came out for treats? Well, yeah. He is certainly a food-motivated creature. Did you finish the Amazing Digital Circus finale? I did, and I didn't like it. Still a good show overall, but I did not like it. I feel like the ending, not so much that it was horribly written, but it gives mixed messaging and gives a messaging that I don't like. It did match your theory. It did. I'll try to summarize why I don't like it. Simply put, abstraction. Right? The Amazing Digital Circus. Hi, Crooked, also. Good to see ya. No, I called everything that would happen. I knew that Jax would abstract and all that sort of stuff. Now, why I don't like the Amazing Digital Circus finale. Abstraction. What is abstraction an allegory for? Suicide. Like, that's what it's an allegory for. That's what it's alluding to. That's what it's supposed to make you feel. That's what it's supposed to make you feel. That's what abstraction is supposed to do. And in fact, the creator themselves have come out on record, and that's why Jax's abstraction is so sudden, to make you feel that hit right away. Right? Great. Why does he get a redemption? Or she. Why does she get a redemption? Why is Pomni able to interact with Jax after they abstract in reality? Why does anybody get to why does anybody get to interact with them? Because that's not what real suicide's like. So if you're trying to make us feel a certain way about a topic, don't inject something else into it that is not reality. Still abstract in the end? Yeah, but they still got to say goodbye, they still got to see the stuff, and they still got to see everything that happened. And still got to basically, at least Pomni got to say goodbye. Essentially. And communicate with them. But that's not suicide. That's not what you get. In actuality, it's over. It's done. the whole scene with Joel's Witness give me bad vibes. Keem, yeah, I know. They give me bad vibes too. So, yeah, that's why. How are we supposed to feel? Right? You can't make allegories to something that deep. I was glad she wasn't able to. Well, you can't make allegories to something that deep and still try to make us feel the full weight of it, whilst also having your cake and eat it too. Right? You can't make us feel that this is suicide and this is supposed to be like the finale. This is the end. You can't do much with them. You can, and then also get to have a whole scene where Pomni is trying to reach out to Jax at the very end. Hello, Jekaterina Abramova. That's why I don't like it. Also, fuck Jax. Jax is also another thing. I did not like what they did with Ribbit. At all. Ribbit was just a plot device to be suicidally killed off. Which I think is a horrible thing to have anybody become a plot device for. Especially coming from a former cult member and finding out she's ex-Mormon. And then on top of that, both Kaufmo, Ribbit, and several other people don't get a don't get like anything at the end, right? What we don't get like their knowledge of what's happening at the end. Jekaterina Abramova, I said hello. Ribbit is adorable. It's real shame that she gets absolutely nothing, no real character development other than being a thing for Jax to kill. So, yeah. That's why it's like, especially with her being former cult member, it's like, yeah. I'm just like, yeah, you introduced this character just to be killed. Just she helped Jax and then Jax rejected her after because he had to open up because, yeah, her entire character, her entire personality is to literally be reduced to someone that Jax drives to suicide. And then do we get anything more about them? Did they get like a little funeral at the end? No, nothing. What happened is either A, the finale was rushed, which I'm telling you right now, I am very sure that everything was rushed. Because, you know, we got all the plot from everything. And then, yeah. Oh, and then, like, Pomni's entire arc was also rushed. Like, Pomni's character development got less... Pomni got less character development than Jax. Gooseworks gave up because of the fandom? Sure. But it still doesn't excuse the stories that I don't like. Like, there are things that I don't like. Hey, geeks. Just explaining what I don't like. But overall, the story was okay. Like, the story was good. The ending just soured it a little bit. The ending was serviceable. But there are elements of it that I find to be just not good. Not just even from a creative standpoint, but from like just a material standpoint. You don't get to say goodbye to people that say, again, do suicide. Callie, guess how many subs I have, or if you don't want to, then you cannot. Less than 10,000. Considering you don't have a check mark. I like Pomni in the bed, but mainly because I like seeing the backstory. I feel it looks nice closure to Jack's story, but it's fair. I can see why you don't like that. Yeah. To me, that's... You don't get closure with that. Closure happens on the other person's end, not from the Jax's end or whatever. And then, Bella, we get official artwork. Less than what again? 10,000. And then we get stuff of like Pomni interacting with Jax, even though he's abstracted. Yeah, things are different, but that's not what suicide is like. And you can try to make an argument that it's not supposed to be one-to-one, but you can't make me feel something as devastating as suicide and then say, well, it's actually not that bad. Like, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. 512. Oh, I was right. Warhammer 40k is better than Marvel. Fight me. Oi. At least... Come back to me when your characters are as beloved. Name a character that is more beloved worldwide in Warhammer 40k than Spider-Man. I feel like the story they gave was good, just what they meant by it wasn't, but this is coming from the guy who talked to you before they choose the game over. Oh, I'm well aware. Like, that's what I mean. The story was, like, it's less about the artistic choice and more just the message is just, like, you can't have your cake and eat it, too. Just can't. When someone abstracts IRL, it's over. You get nothing. People that don't openly say theirs, oh, they do. They do, Rubber Rat Tail. Not all of them, but they do. Appeal to popularity? Well, we're talking about something subjective to begin with. So... Kali Heft has subscribed. Thank you. Oh. Chet Leon has subscribed. Thank you. But yeah, anyways, back into playing the game. We're talking about subjectivity anyways, so trying to apply logic to pure subjectivity is going to be problematic. By its very nature, you're saying, like, who is better? Like, what are we defining as better here, then? Are we talking better stories? In which case, I disagree. You talking better lore? I mean, the lore is the stories. We talking, like, games? The ability to sell games? Are we talking about money? Are we talking about... You have to define. Better stories for what? Oh, a person said Warhammer 40k is better than Marvel. Fight me. And, they said, like, I said, well, name one character of Warhammer 40k that is more popular than Spider-Man, right? And then they said, appeal to popularity. And then I'm like, well, if you're going to apply logic to something that's inherently subjective, well, then we're going to have to start defining terms. We're going to have to define, what do you mean by better? Yeah. Are there more religious people or atheists in the world? Religious people. Thank you, Frightful. It'd be like Mario's one is better, one is Horta, while the other is a Hallmark romance. You sound so much like FaZe Jev. I have no idea who that is. Then you should be religious. If you're going to compare... Cyanide, if you're going to compare the argument Warhammer 40k is better than Marvel to religion versus atheism, then you have completely missed the mark. They are two very different questions, right? One is talking about reality, and one is talking about people's enjoyment of said medium. Right? And in the case of what is better, more people, what is better in terms of enjoyment of media, a proper thing to say would be to define better as more people liking this thing than other thing. In the case of subjective attraction. So, yeah. But you're right, Lol. In what way should be the response to my comment? Well, when you said appeal to a popularity, I immediately started showing everything that you said. I just thought, right? Warhammer is a constant story that does not use the alternative universe thing. Marvel's becoming too soft and woke, while Warhammer is anti-woke.
I have some really bad news for you, Rubber Rat Tail. Marvel has always been woke. Marvel has always been woke.
And Warhammer is anti-woke? Hello, Fenstonies? The newest thing? Are you religious at all now, then? Absolutely not, Saitama. Jesus isn't real, play Minecraft. I have decided it's about that time I'd be belligerent for no reason. I mean, to be fair, that's like most other most other people in my YouTube chat. I have decided to be belligerent for no reason at all. Oh, fuck! I just ran over a family of deer. Woke wasn't a thing until the 2010s. Hello, Superman? Hello, X-Men? Hello? Superman being made by two Jewish people? As an allegory for Moses? X-Men being an allegory for racism? Hello? Are you dumb? I've been woke for several hours today. On Watch Christian, it's as child as it gets. Oh, I mean, Christian versus Muslim debates ain't gonna get you nowhere. I accidentally ran over a family of deer, so here we go. And Superman stood up in his original fight against the injustice people face, slumlords, crooked foremen, clerks. He was also fighting Hitler before the US went to war. And I mean, anything could be interpreted as anything allegorical. It doesn't mean that was the original intent. You do not think that the original intent for X-Men was an allegory for racism? You don't think that? Are you trying to make the claim that X-Men's original intent was not to be allegorical, to alluding to racism? That was most 100... Stan Lee tells us that! Stan Lee told us directly that! It was his intent. Hello? It's always been that, and it was one of the best-selling comic books for a reason! Because it had those messages in it. That's not my claim. Okay. So we provided examples of how comics have been woke for a very long time. And then you say, well, that could be just anything else, right? You understand why immediately that's ridiculous what you're saying. It got bigger after they leaned into the allegory more with giant-sized X-Men. True. For being dope as feck. That's the case, it doesn't prove it was woke. Well, what's woke, then? If you're going to immediately assume, if you're going to just take the word woke to be a hyper-specific thing, because I take woke to be something that is acknowledging systemic problems within the society. And acknowledging and knowing the systemic problems within society. Being woke to it. It includes things like racism and bigotry and many, many other things. Well, it would be wild if Jesus was a white dude with being an incest bait. Only white person within every black person would probably view him as holy. Probably not. A lot of times they could obviously kill him. You're woke, and that's why there's miscommunication here, lol. Oh, I give a definition of woke, and then you're like, whoa, I guess you're woke, so I guess there's miscommunication. Woke pushes trans agenda, it's wrong. Being trans is not bad, Saitama. If you think being trans is bad, then you need to talk to trans people. And understand the plight, and what they actually are, and who they actually are. I give you a definition of woke. Whoa, you are woke! It's like... Is there a problem with that definition? I'm not woke, I'm just pizza. That's true. You're pizza on pizza on pizza on pizza, so you're pizza quad. You're like 3 minutes behind chat? Oh, I'm well aware. I'm responding to the comments. And it's not 3 minutes. I typed that before you gave the definition? Ah, well, that's more probably on your end than mine. Ish. Because I've had communication with people. Being trans is indeed often bad. They are forced into being trans by parents. An example is a son and family of 4, woman, no father. Tell me that isn't environmentally influenced. Hey guys, let me give you an example. And gives like the most nebulous example. Hey, Atlantis is real. Why? Well, you see, there was this guy that said that there was this guy that said it was real. So, obviously, Atlantis is real. So, like... Hello? Being trans is not a bad thing. If you think so, you need to discuss and talk and actually get to know people. I guarantee you, you haven't really talked with people like that. I knew a kid when I was really young who was forced to act like a girl was one of the group. I don't know what in that case it's abuse. Sure, But that's not trans now, is it? Is that trans? No. Bro, you went from a religious cult into an ideological cult. Wow. 51% do the thing. It's a bad thing. Wake up. Oh my god. We have so many people here that are anti-trans people. Yeah, no. Feck off, bigots. Like, you don't get a voice here to say that they're bad. These are people that want it. They're fundamentally no different. Gender is just a construct. Sexuality is not a binary, it is bimodal. And that's the actual facts. Autism runs parallel to trans? Who cares? It's not a real thing, wake up. I guess my trans friends don't exist? Oh, God. They aren't people? Okay, goodbye. Free audiobooks. Anybody else wish to be bigots and wish to dehumanize people? Because I don't... I just get it out now if you want to dehumanize trans people so that you never come into my chat again. Right? Anybody that wishes to dehumanize trans people... Non-primary pronouns. What's non-primary pronouns? They, them? 18-ish? Well, that's, once again, not trans, is it? That has nothing to do with trans people. That has everything to do with abuse. If you make that, I have no problem. But I wouldn't... I will always attack parents who do it to their kids. This is crazy. Yeah. That Muslim want to wear hijab and be oppressed? Some do, some don't. But I feel that those religious traditions are for yours to keep. I don't agree with any of it because I'm in a secular nation. But if you want to wear those hijabs, wear those hijabs. I'm certainly not going to dehumanize people and say that, oh, you wear a hijab, I'm going to assume that you're a terrorist or that you're here to ruin my country because you have slightly different values than I do. Don't get to dehumanize people. It depends. Yeah. Has nothing to do with, like, being trans. It has everything to do with a person being abused by a person. And are up after transition, so is it really what they want or what they think? Oh, wow! The person that finally comes out... We actually get data on the people that come out. And so, therefore, the suicide rates will go up because of that. Do you understand how statistics work, my guy, Saitama? They say that they do. Do you think that's a valid belief? I don't think it's true, but they're allowed to hold it. Poor gamer, I'm back, baby. Oh, yes, you were going to ask me a question, poor gamer. I was going to answer it. What was your question? Flower, question about Minecraft, you may ask. Saitama, if you are able... do you know what survivorship bias is, Saitama? Or do you think there are social pressures forcing that answer? Oh, there are definitely social pressures forcing that answer. However, their social pressures are being lessened within a secular society, which we should all strive for. So then it truly does become their choice. Saitama, no explain. Survivorship bias is when we gather data. We only are able to gather data on stuff that we test and gain knowledge on things that we test versus things that we don't test. It comes from a study done during World War II on airplanes, where certain airplanes would return and it showed all the bullet holes in a plane because they were trying to get data of where to put plating on the plane to like make the plane survive better. And it showed this graph of where all these bullet planes came back. And so you'd think that you'd put the armor on the places where it'd be hit, but in reality you don't. Because the ones that were shot in other places don't survive to come back. So yeah, you just made a very classic explanation of the survivorship bias. Poor Gamer is about Jehovah's Witnesses' origin and what's their beef with other Christian denominations. Alright! To run down the Jehovah's Witness origins, they started in the late 1800s by a guy named Charles Taze Russell. He was kind of with the the Millerite movements, and hoping that the end of the world would come. He was but then he started doing his own research and designated his own beliefs, such as there's no Trinity, there's no hellfire, right? And that put him at odds with other Christian denominations, right? And he was called the Bible Students of America at that point. And then, they eventually came across, then he said that the world was going to end in 1914. It didn't, so he said it was actually the end of the Gentile times, which is like this special event that happens in the Bible. And then, he died. J.F. Rutherford took over. He is the one that gave the name Jehovah's Witnesses. He instituted even more rules and got a lot more control. And then, yeah, that's kind of the basic gist. They have other beefs with other Christian denominations simply because they believe that they're the only ones that are true, and everyone else is run by Satan. That is the most succinct answer I can give you. So no social pressures exist in secular society. I didn't say that. Just less based on, religious nonsense. Okay, thanks. Well, I guess the data will prove years to come because it will continue for years. What's your opinion on people dressing up as furry and biting strangers? Well, you shouldn't bite strangers, but dressing up as furries is nothing. The amount of furries that bite strangers is probably as much as a regular person biting another person. So, the odds of being bitten by a furry is probably just as high as any odds of being bitten by a stranger. Any other stranger. Someone said I should type this thing in Excited Z. They said, girls, you don't know how to play Minecraft. I'll show you. Type Excited Z in your workbench or text area. They were trolling you, Flower. I don't know why they were, but I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Hello, audience. But again, still bizarre to me. Lots of things are bizarre. Wokeism has many parallels to religion, though. Okay. I've been bitten by a stranger without consent, but I wasn't mad. Furries go back all the way to cavemen. I mean... But... Wokeism. You're treating wokeism as, like, this enemy. Wokeism is seeing systemic problems. But you don't think dressing up as an animal will get you verbally abused? Like, come on, that's strange behavior. We can't promote stuff like that. That is cruel. Why not? You know what else is cruel? Verbally abusing someone. You said it yourself. You said it yourself. Verbally abusing is the cruel part, not the person's doing their fun things. Like, things that they feel to make themselves fun. Do you find, certain religions to be strange to you? Do you think you get to verbally abuse them? Saitama, do you think you get to verbally abuse people that are just strange? Dressing up like a freak? Oh, so you're victim blaming now, Saitama. So you're victim blaming. They're dressing differently, so they should be verbally abused. We need to we don't want these kids to get verbally abused because I find them weird, so I will verbally abuse them so they stop being weird. Good job. Good job. Also, another question you may ask, Flower. Why do I even play video games? Good job. They make themselves victims, and people like you support them. They will forever receive horror because of you. Or, you know, why not just stop the people doing the horrible insults? They don't make themselves victims. Heisenberger, the pinned comment. Is there a darker pink than concrete pin, in your opinion? There might be something like terracotta, Flower. There might be something like terracotta. But yeah, like, you don't get to verbally abuse people for doing things that you find to be weird. That's just shouldn't be allowed. That's just wrong. Let's control free speech, because that's easy than just having people. Do you think people should have free speech to hurt others verbally? For being different? Saitama, do you think that's good? Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's what we should have in our society? Do you think free speech gets to encompass attacking others because they do things differently than you? When they're not hurting you? Does free speech get to cover that? Won't control it, so what do you want? Yeah, you can control it. You can easily control verbal abuse. You make sure that when you see verbal abuse, you defend people. I've done that. I've done that. I've thrown out Nazis in rallies before. I've thrown out, religious zealots saying God hates fags. You don't allow those people into your area. You don't need the government to tell you that these are wrong and to get them out. Right? A tolerant society cannot tolerate intolerance. You remove them from those areas. It's pretty fucking simple. That's how you protect democracy. That's how you protect secularism. Havoc, read the pin comment. So it sounds like those two people I should have just kind of banned. I just told them. I just want to make sure I wasn't reading and not let them bully me. That's fair. You stopped one problem. How do you stop homelessness? Give one guy a burger? No. But those are two different issues, my guy. Right? That's non sequitur. You're comparing bigotry with the problem of homelessness. Those are two different things. Two very different things. To be solved by two different things. For instance, to hammer in a nail, you use a hammer. You wouldn't use a rake. But to rake up leaves, you're not going to use a hammer, you're going to use a rake. So obviously, if you have two different problems, you're generally going to come about with different solutions or different tools to solve that. So, that's a bit of a non sequitur. Ask the wrong questions? The search for God is meaningless. They are one and the same. Bigotry is 100% bigger. If anything, most homeless people are already bigots. Wow! We have moved the goalposts to an entirely different topic. We have moved the goalpost to an entirely different topic. Like, the goalpost, you know, it's like, you know, the World Cup, you have a goal. This guy moved the goalpost to another country so that he could score. Flower, little bro, how are you? I'm doing okay. I wasn't expecting, all my chat to pop off this early, but here we are. Picking for problems, catching at the gun, find their just shutting. That's how civil should be. Civil? Secular society is the best. What's the Jehovah's Witnesses' beliefs on afterlife? I've heard it's quite goofy. Well, that's kind of interesting. That's a good question. So, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that we don't have an eternal soul. When you die, you die. It's over, right? And that part, that's simple. Where it gets funky is when they talk about, like, their glorious eternal reward. So they believe that 144,000 get to go to heaven to rule as priests and kings with Jesus. But the rest get resurrected again. The rest are able to get resurrected. On Earth, the way that Adam and Eve were meant to live. Because Adam and Eve, in their eyes, were meant to live forever on a paradise Earth. God wants to restore that purpose for the majority of mankind. So that's their view of the afterlife. No, we haven't. You said you could control free speech. I didn't say control free speech. I asked you, do you think free speech covers, or should cover, being a bigot? Do you think free speech should come at the ability to use your speech to harm others? Because I don't think so. That's not free speech. And 100%, it's a crime. In fact, in Canada, it is a crime. In fact, we just increased the punishment for such crimes. Which I'm very happy to hear. Free speech is not free speech to harm others. That's saying... there's a difference between live and let live versus live and let die. Why does another person's free speech get to come at the cost of other people? No, that doesn't make any sense. So if you move the goalpost? No, I asked you earlier, does free speech get to cover bigotry? To attack others? And you didn't answer that question. So I assumed the best. Hate speech is part of free speech? Nope. You can definitely... you can control hate speech. You can't control free speech. 144,000 seems quite a small number. Do even the unbelievers get resurrected like Adam and Eve? Yes, but only if you didn't have a chance to know about God. If you did hear about God and rejected him, then you didn't get to go. I asked first. No, I asked you. You asked. The Supreme Court disagrees.
Not in Canada.
Another Canadian W! I love your shirt. Thank you. Another Canadian W. Hate speech is not free speech. That's why I remove people that do hate speech in my chat. That dehumanizes people. It's why I haven't removed you, Saitama, because you haven't dehumanized people. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. I haven't removed you. Because you haven't done hate, you're just wrong. Now that you told me about it, I'm basically screwed unless I join? Yes. Welcome to the existentialism. I'm South African, I don't have an opinion, lol. Fair enough. Pizza, not cubed. Quartered to the power of 4. I gotta call you Pizza 4 or something. Why couldn't you just do pizza on pizza on pizza? Then you could be pizza cubed. But no. You had to add the extra pizza. I struggle with real problems like being mugged or my shoes. Tristan, to the power of 4. Yeah, TP4. You have to say the whole name, bro. Odd, I was an atheist, now I attend a canonical Orthodox church. Good for you. Pizza on pizza on pizza was taken. Damn. Another Canadian W. Yeah, at the end of the day, free speech doesn't get to cover hate speech. Or it shouldn't. Two is squared and 3 is squared. What is 4? It's just to the power of 4. 3 is not squared. 3 is cubed. 4 is just to the power of 4. There's no specific name for it. At least as far as I'm aware of. I just know it is to the power of 4. What you doing? I'm playing Project Zomboid and talking to people on the internet. Why do Jehovah's Witnesses try to apostolize people? Statistically, they condemn more people to no afterlife by telling them about it. Because if you don't try to apostolize people and try to save people, then you could die at Armageddon, which Jehovah is going to come and remove you too. So if you hear about it, accept God, but don't tell others about it, he will still kill you. Death cults. Is it hypercubed? Is to the power of 4 hypercubed? To the power of 4. Shorthand. Squared, cubed, is the power of 4. The operations don't have specific names, but polynomials with those higher powers are called quartic, quintic, sextic, heptic, and octic before they stop having names. So it's actually it's apparently called quartic. Power of 4 is quartic. And then they stop at octic. But most of the time, people just use to the power of something. Are you willing to have the I apologize if I was ever rude to you personally. Saitama, you weren't rude to me personally, like I said. And I'm not trying to say that you're a bad person for being wrong. You're just... I suggest talking to people. Talk to the people you don't understand. Just literally sit down and have conversations with them. That's how I got out of my cult mindset. I used to be incredibly homophobic. Incredibly so. Then I just talked to these people and understood them and tried to understand them as people. That's the better. So the power of 3 is tritic. It could be... so the power of 3 could be considered tritic. But most of the time we just say cubed. So you are actually an atheist now. Yes. What are your thoughts on gay sex and cult? Or if you're out of the cult, it didn't happen. Well... It happened in my cult, but it was punished if you did. Oh my god, pizza on, pizza on, pizza on. Well, brother, if you don't want to give up on Christ, I highly look into orthodoxy. I've looked into many religions. They all do the same thing. They find the dark corners of a knowledge and then assert something is there to make us feel better. God is the blanket that surrounds us to protect us from ignorance. What made you atheist? When you grow up in a religion that says every religion is false, and you use rationality to prove every religion is false, except don't look into your own religion, then when you find out that religion is false, you kind of are just left with, they're all wrong. What was your religion? In the pinned comment. What's the least harmful religion in your opinion? Buddhism? Maybe. I'm sure there's another one, and it's only less harmful, like, simply just because there's so little of them, but if we're talking, like, main big ones, I'm going to guess Buddhism, but even then... Because then we also get into, like, things like Taoism, and Taoism is technically Buddhist, and they've been known to do some pretty crazy stuff. So it's like, Cat, yes, there was a cat. He wishes to go eat. One eunuch. I mean, there was. They used to have the power of two, and now they have the power of none. I don't look at Burma. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's one. Oh yeah, I forgot our table won't have a session for a while. Yeah, that's okay. Create your own religion and never tell anyone what is the best religion. Buddhism is not a religion, it's more about yoga. If you think that's the case, then you don't know what Buddhism is. It's an atheistic religion. Only good thing about Christianity are morals? No. Only good thing that came out of Christianity was secularism, and then Christianity had to bow to it. Oh, it does bow to it. Because we all busy? Yeah. So far, I think the best system we've developed as a species is secularism. So what's Buddhism? Buddhism is a specific philosophy found and, you know, started by... like in Asia, and most people like in those places don't do yoga. Only a certain amount of people do yoga, right? So Buddhism is an atheistic religion slash philosophy with its own culture and ideals. Like, if you want more, I suggest actually reading up about it. But funnily enough, most like the only Buddhists that do yoga regularly are white people. One day with a fictional character, who do you choose, Spider-Man? Baha'i faith? I don't know too much about the Baha'i. I guess another pretty fairly good religion is what's it called? Jainism. They're interesting. They're literally like try to do the least amount of harm possible. I see them always meditating. That's you see the priests doing that, not necessarily the average person. Which Spider-Man? Peter Parker, Earth 616. I just think she would be interesting to talk to. True. Well, I can't live. Not until she has been an unused character. Fair enough. People are like pizza. We can agree on toppings, but some cons you can agree to hate or be split on opinions. Yeah, it just goes to the nature of the subjectivity of morality itself. Do you keep up with anyone in the religious debate space? I've been keeping up with Forrest Valkai and like Alex O'Connor and those types of people. Forrest Valkai's my favorite, though. I declare jihad, Crusader, Boogaloo on people who put pineapples on pizza. No! Am I not? Okay, well, here we are. I haven't heard of the other guy. What does he think? Oh, he's an evolutionary biologist. He's a cosmic nihilist. He's fun to listen to. If you ever want to learn about biology, he's the basics of biology. Forrest Valkai's great. Why you talk so gay? I don't know. Are you interested, South African? What do you think about Islam? Did you do any research on it? Yes, I have. And I've been trying to read the Quran. I don't like it. Maybe? Damn. Well, sorry to burst your bubble there, South African, but I'm actually straight. Not interested. Is it a problem with God or a problem with religion? God isn't real. Every definition we come up with God is not either not real or can be replaced by anything else, by another thing. So there's no definitive source for it. And religion is just usually based on faith, and I don't like faith. But I also think that you should be able to choose. Let me see the goods. I'm straight. Okay. Polytheism. It would be cool to talk to, like... those ones. At the end of the day, it's the USA. Stand up and do a 360 now, boy. That'll cost you. I need some money. Right here, right now. That's certainly not, that's not something I do for free. How much you cheap? 304? I'd do it for $100. I can do a 360 if you want. Did you ever read up on the Gnostics? I have. Fascinating. Still just metaphysical mumbo-jumbo at the end of the day. Do you research on other cults other than Christian? Yes. That's why I know about the Byte model and Stephen Hassan. If you want to do some, like, general research into cults and how they think and operate, Stephen Hassan is a great guy. Are you insane? No. I'm just, you know. Because I was in one? Well, there was that cult. It's the 12 Tribes. Where they believe that it's like the descendants of the 12 Tribes of Israel ran away to England. Patty Malarkey says hello, or hi, and I say hello. Yes, that is my seed drawer. Okay. Metaphysical mumbo jumbo is cool, though explaining away as a material is nonsense. I think so. I don't try to explain it away as, like, I have no reason to believe it's anything other than a material process. I have no reason to believe that consciousness is anything but a material process. British Israelite debates Black Israelite. To me, it's just metaphysical. Like, it's cool. Metaphysical mumbo jumbo can be cool to learn, and I like learning about other faiths and stuff. But to me, at the end of the day, that's what it is. I have no reason to believe it. Do you research if you really want to change your mind? Online debates are useless, in my opinion. I mean, they're good for training my brain to think critically. I do research, Sadia. But I don't go in to change my mind. That's not how critical thinking works. Critical thinking is to not take anything as truth or not truth. Right? You take the information, you analyze it, then you try to see if it changes your opinion or not. What in the what? Project Ahem. Sorry. I just really like this game. Project Zuya. Get them zombies. Oh, yeah. I'm glad that you're excited to see the game. Oh, that stays in there. Okay. Yeah. What was your major in university, Mr. Handsome Guy? Fun fact, I didn't actually go to university, but I do plan to change that soon. But, yeah, growing up in a cult said that university was bad, so... Yeah. I had a scholarship that I rejected. Because I was stupid. Can't type everything because there's a limit of typing in the comment. You should look up idealism as a whole consciousness. Oh, I am well aware what idealism is, poor gamer. I am well aware what idealism is. And I think it's just a logical way to make mumbo-jumbo. It's a way to make mumbo-jumbo logical. It's an interesting way, but, you know. I don't hold that idealism is true. I don't have a reason to believe that there is there's a difference. I feel like idealism is, yeah. If it was a snake, it would have bit me, and thus I was standing here. My favorite game, right under Mars. At that point, would I be a snake zombie, sneaking around compounds and using tranquils? Patty Malecki, what? What the fuck are you even saying? You're not even making any sense! I need to find a mop. Wait. How to clean garbage project Zomboid. It should be with a... You need a mop, or can you use a sponge? What are your favorite games? Minecraft, Project Zomboid, Solaris. I have a lot of games. Layers, my friend. I apologies. It's okay. Oh, I need a broom. You were speaking of ethereal things? I guess. I was. Alright. We have a Yoda. Would you end majoring somewhere in arts and humanities, science, or business? I'd like to become a therapist, but, you know, if that doesn't work out well, I'll just do a trade. If we hold consciousness as a product of brain activity, how do we explain near-death experiences being so rich that the brain activity is reduces? Several different ways. Our brain, when it dies, when it's dying, is trying to find some way to live. So, it's trying to find some way to live, right? It's trying to find some way. And so it's just pumping your brain full of ideas to try to get it out of the situation it's in. only for it to just, rickety wreck. Were you smarter than some of your high school teachers? Smarter is a relative term. Smarter is a very relative term, my guy. Would not be challenging enough for you? No. My ex was an English major. How'd you figure out that religion was false? Cows are cool. Namely, they become... do you miss your school life? I liked school. Although, I was bullied a lot in school, but that was for a lot of different reasons. Mainly just several different reasons, such as... contradictions. Contradictions within itself. Contradictions with the morals of today. Contradictions with, established science and stuff like that. And contradictions with logic. I hated everything. I didn't mind school. The Logic Homes. Schopenhauer makes a great case for in his second volume. There's also temporary stuff like Bernardo Kastrup. And, I've seen the arguments for idealism. What was it called, Mr. Ginger? See the pinned comment. The pinned comment answers all. But yeah. No, my philosopher of choice currently is Albert Camus. My philosopher of choice is Albert Camus. Will we all go to heaven? I don't think anybody goes to heaven. Are Toy a believer of higher educations? Toy? Are Toy? Are you? Oh, I think you should try to get a higher education. If only, oh no, not the French. Behold! Voltaire! Fall under the weight of Voltaire and Camus! Not the French. I mean, I am Canadian, so... But yeah, I think you should try to get a higher education or see if that's actually something you could really attempt to do. It shouldn't just be dismissed outright. So where will you go if no heaven or hell exists? You go nowhere. You die. You go to the ground. You go to the ground, your pieces that make you up, and you die. Like, the degrades, and you follow the laws of entropy. For all the debt that comes with it, major has to be worth it. Once again, you shouldn't dismiss higher education, is all I'm saying. Nobody should automatically dismiss higher education. That's all. Crazy shit, though. I'm a musician, right? I was studying sound frequency, revealing things to experience, like inward stillness. I see. Think you get a PhD, no problem? I would have a problem, simply just because money. Money. Aqua, question for you. Do you think there will be time in the future where we will talk comics in the same way we do now of the Greco-Roman myths and legends? Only if our civilization falls. Geeks. We've left so much data and information that a future any civilization with any sort of ability to access stuff, access like machines and stuff like that, will know exactly how we feel about it. We have put so much data out there. But if, let's say, civilization falls and we go back to more like medieval times or even earlier, then I can see that potentially happening. I'm German, so I don't like the French, but even our former king had a really gay relationship with Voltaire while ghosting our great Immanuel Kant. Oh, Kant. Kant. Have you ever wondered where you will go after death? Not really. I know exactly where I'll go. I'll be burned, and then my ashes will be spread by my friends. So I know exactly where I go after I die. Space Godzilla is returning of Godzilla X Kong Supernova. Oh. You know there are such pompan fish. You know those things called inside thoughts? You should consider them. Does memorizing come easy to you like material? Oh yeah, I'm pretty good. And that's why there's financial aid? Yeah, financial aid is nice, but it doesn't help me right now. I have no money right now. I have a good memory. Death has always been a strange thing. I have never, but it seems horrible for your soul to just disappear. I don't even believe we have a soul. There's nothing there, and that's okay. Never really or hear about Jehovah's religion. I mean, they're pretty small. It's real. Once again, pompano fish. Inside thoughts. Inside thoughts. Consciousness just leaving you like that? Hey, Saitama, let me ask you this, Saitama. Were you worried about dying before you were born? Were you worried about consciousness leaving you before you were born? Probably not. I doubt you would. It'll be just like that. You will cease to exist. There will be nothing. You won't have to worry about that, right? So, there won't be anything to worry about after you're gone. Were you in the debate team? Yes, I was. And I looked at some of my old debates before, and I'm just like, I won them? And I'm just like, I look at them and I cringe so hard why I won them. Because I was like, you know, a super hardcore theist at that time. You got games on your phone? Yeah, I do. You can't play them, though. Don't believe it. They think that we are chimpanzees. No, I think we're apes, not chimpanzees, Sadia. And that's just fact. We are apes, not chimpanzees. Chimpanzees are a different species. There's a difference. That's like saying a gorilla is a chimpanzee. Love the stream. Any tips on how I can get my dad to stop getting super jealous every time my sister and I sleep together? Well, first of all, get out of Alabama. Second of all, think before you speak. And third of all, either you or your sister needs to run. Just very far away from each other. Just, yeah, there you go. There's your tips. I love you, please never die. I will. One day. That's okay. I'd prefer not to, but I will stop preferring when I'm gone. I will stop preferring. Moving to LA when we find oil. You two need to run away from each other. One of you needs to move to LA and the other needs to move to Washington. Very far. I think that's going to be best for both of you. How do you believe the world came to be, given all the theories about a higher power? What world? Are we talking about the Earth? Because we know how the Earth came to be. Are we talking about our sun? Well, we know how that came to be. The solar system? Well, we know how that came to be. The galaxies, we know how it got to be. How the... and then, like, stuff before the Big Bang? We don't know. Nobody knows. How many kills? Not a lot. I've only had 480 kills in 18 days. Pompano fish, it's in the linked comment. It's in the pinned comment. Yeah, only 480. I'm playing on the new Extinction game mode on a higher difficulty. I think we have insane zombies or very high zombies on right now instead of just high. That's usually when I die alone. That's okay. The stuff before the Big Bang? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. People can claim certain things, but nobody knows. Bro picks out some theories and states them as fact. Uh-huh. That plus sprinters is hell? Yeah, they are. Why? Do you have problems with the theories of how our Earth came to be? How our sun came to be? How our galaxies came to be? Do you have problems with that? Are they not the best science we have right now? Can you do cartwheels? No. Absolutely not. Because, you know, you can talk to physicists, learn about physicists. So somewhere in the family reunion, there's a goldfish and a gorilla? Yeah, there's Luca. There's a Luca. But you have to go really, really far back. But, okay, whoa. I saw what you're just saying. A litter just noted a note up there. Is it ruse what kind of cult it was? It was a Jehovah's Witness. No, the pinned comment explains it. There are theories of many theories. Yeah. And a lot of those theories are pretty fucking good. With our understanding of gravity, and the electromagnetic spectrum, and weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. We have gotten a lot of knowledge in the past 20 years about cosmology. But no, somewhere in our family union, right? If we go back far enough, right, there's nothing contemporary. We are not related to, like, we don't go back to a gorilla, Sadia, right? If we go back, we don't find, a gorilla or a goldfish. What we will find is that a gorilla and human will have a similar common ancestor that branched off, right? And then if you go even further back, you'll have a species that branched off to eventually be a goldfish and eventually become a human. But you have to go really far back for that one. Right? The further back you go. So you have Luca, which is the last Luca, the last common ancestor for all species that we know of, being a protozoa. My name is Kyler Paul, says hello. Do you think we will know what there was before the Big Bang one day? I don't know. The laws of physics as we know it starts breaking down before the Big Bang, because the laws of physics as we know them came into effect after the Big Bang, right? I think it literally started strong and weak nuclear force, and then the electromagnetic spectrum, and then gravity. So we have a pretty good knowledge of stuff that happens. Like, obviously, there's still so much more to learn. Like, there's still so much more about those things to be true. But, to find out the stuff before the Big Bang, it's gonna have a lot more work. We're gonna have to create a lot more models. There's a lot of stuff to figure out about our universe in its current state before we have to learn about another one. Do you think Reddit is a cult? No. We find Fuka, yeah. All this nerd stuff is making my brain bored. You can always swipe up. Do you have some degree of photographic memory? I have a semi-didactic memory, and I'm okay at math. But, yeah, one day, like I said, I'll go back to school. The answer's mate, yeah. If you, Saitama, if you want to learn more about physics and really understanding those physics, I've been watching Dr. Blitz, PhD. He's a really good, like, scientist. He's a published scientist, as well as a good science communicator. Evolution doesn't say humans came from the apes alive today. It says humans and modern apes are believed to share a common ancestor. I know. I am well aware. That's what I was explaining. Sadia, that's what I was explaining. I think you're too smart for your own good. No. There's no such thing as that. And I don't think I'm that smart. I just have a good memory. I like to think the universe just resets and all collapse on itself. I have no real knowledge to support that. I mean, there's the big crunch model, which would be kind of cool. Why can't... There we go. I find you cute. Do you have a wife? No. Looking for one. Will you marry me? No. Only because I don't know you. I'm sure you're a nice person, a fantastic person, all, but I don't know you. I'm gonna go play Project Zombies. You got me wanted booted up after a few months. Nice. Yeah, the sprinters are scary. Extinction is fun, though. I am enjoying it. Because, like, the problem with, like, regular, like, Apocalypse game mode, you fix everything with a fucking Molotov. all your problems are fixed with a singular button. You throw a Molotov. I'd like to understand how the necessary energy was created in the first place for the Big Bang to happen. Dr. Blitz, so that's the Higgs boson. Saitama, the Biggs boson. Dr. Blitz PhD can help you with that one. I am not a physicist. Certainly not. Dr. Blitz PhD is really good. Can you perhaps debate the opposite side of your idea, assuming it was for a class and make it convincing? It's possible for me to do that. If I really wanted to do it, I'd just, like, hammer home the contingency arguments. You like Marvels? I like Marvels. I do too. If I really wanted to, I'd just hammer home the contingency arguments. Or I do a better form of the fine-tuning argument. Rather than saying it's fine-tuned for life, it's fine-tuned for conscious life to emerge. Who's your favorite Marvel character? Take a guess. Take a guess. Take a guess. Okay. I need to find books. Which Spider-Man is the best, and why is it Toby? They all are their own things. Tobey Maguire's the best Peter Parker. Andrew Garfield's the best Spider-Man. And, Tom Holland is kind of a good mixture between the both of them. So it depends on what you want, right? Because, like, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are more of a drama than, like, let's say an action flick. Like, it is an action flick, but it definitely has more of that drama that, you know, the Andrew Garfield movies didn't have. I have this thought it's Spider-Man, but I don't know. Yes. Believe it or not, it might be Spider-Man. I need to find books. Do you think the World Trade Center or 9/11 was an inside job, or possibly its own government? I have no comment on that. I feel Garfield is best Peter, but it's because it kept the punk mentality from his original comments, but Sam Raimi is best adult Spider-Man and Peter. Yeah. I mean, they made him a bit too much of a punk. Spider-Man, like, Peter Parker wasn't, like, Peter Parker was still a nerd. Like, very much a nerd, but not the same punk that he was. I love Scarlet Witch. She's my favorite. She can cast lots of spells. Interestingly enough, she didn't cast any spells in her first iteration. She just made people unlucky. Humans didn't evolve from modern apes, so they share a common ancestor. So we were apes oversimplifies. No. We are apes, not we were apes. We are apes. It doesn't oversimplify. We are apes. Sadia. We are apes. That doesn't oversimplify anything. We are apes. We are in the taxonomical group ape. Or great apes, specifically. We share this family with chimpanzees, gorillas, bonobos. Right? They're, for lack of a better term, our cousins. Donald Trump the boss. Hello, gentlemen. Hey, look, it's a pedophile. If you read his original comics, he was not a defensive nerd. He mouthed off to people.
I have read literally the first 500 original comics.
I am well aware what Peter Parker was like. He did mouth off to people, but he wasn't a punk the same way, right? He wouldn't be the type to, like, ride a skateboard, like, do, like, that punk stuff, right? That's what I mean. But yeah. Hey, look, guys, a pedophile has joined my chat. So excited for what role Sadie Sinks will cast. What do you think she will play? I have no idea. Vote MAGA, kick Dumbocrats. Hey, look, guys! It's the pedophile! His opinion doesn't matter! The President of the United States. Man, makes me so happy I'm not American. I'm so happy. I am not American every single day. Flower, I'm so tired. Why are you so tired? Blasphemy, take that back, done. What? Don't curse us. I didn't curse you. I just said I'm so glad I'm not American. I'm Canadian, and I don't have don't have the president that we don't have someone like Trump in office. Wait, you aren't American? No, I'm not American. I'm Canadian. Wait, I thought you were. Hey, I'm lesbian. I thought you were American. I'm not American either. I just live here. Like. Trump is a serial killer. Nothing will touch him. President Rith about 40. Work that one out. And people will still say he's a great, like, you know, business guy. He bankrupted 5 casinos. How do you bankrupt 5 casinos with the thing? The house always wins. How do you do that? Are you talking fake guy? We're talking the fact that, you know, you exist and you shouldn't. And I can't wait for you to be gone from this mortal world. I'm tired because I only slept 4 and I still need my hour to drive to kiddos. Fair enough. Co's terrorist to cover his ass. Well, I mean, that happened afterwards, but still. I need books. Criminal who runs a country is someone I have ever seen. I mean, to be fair, that's a tale as old as time. Humans are humans. Calling us apes ignores the major biological cognitive difference between humans and other great apes. We're still apes! We're still great apes! Like, what taxonomical family are squids in? What taxonomical family are squids in? Decapodoliforms. Who do they share that with? Yeah, they're cephalopods. And in those cephalopods, you have, like, tons of different types of, you know, you have tons of different cephalopods, right? So you have cephalopods. You are so friend-shaped. Thank you. Nah, we're not, bro. We quite literally are. That was science. Even before we knew evolution, was a thing, we knew that we were great apes. We knew this, right? So, like, saying that a squid is just a cephalopod, even though their cognitive difference between them and a cuttlefish is so different, or a nautilus squid is so different, does that stop them from being just a cephalopod? It's one of the things, it's one of the categories that they're in. Humanity isn't in a different category all by itself. I know that chimpanzees are different than humans, Sadia. Are you trying to get a rise out of me? I know that they're two distinct species, but we are still great apes. Standy, $20. Making me horny? Well, then go take care of that yourself. We're still great apes. How are great apes? What? So, Flower, great apes is a taxonomical distinction, right? Of a group of species that share similar heritage, right? Very similar heritage. So that in the case of, like, you know, cephalopods, that includes squids, octopus, nautilus, cuttlefish, all this sort of stuff, right? In the case of great apes, that would include, like, bonobos, gorillas, humans. Humans are great apes. We are great apes. We have a very similar ancestry. We come from a very similar species. I think Australopithecus? No, we are not apes or monkeys or fish. Humans are great apes, a good share direct with chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, placed in a biological family Hominidae, the great apes in scientific terms. Yeah. We remain apes by definition, yes. We are not apes, monkeys, or fish. We're not, well, it's, Sadia, it's funny. It's very funny. It's very funny because technically we are fish. Because you can't outgrow your ancestry. But that's a minute detail. That's a very minute detail. Do you look like you once had long hair? Surprisingly, no. I found in Google. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm saying. So technically, it's a very technical thing, and it really depends on like the minutia, but it's irrelevant. Great apes are my ancestors. I know you're gonna say that. because you can't outgrow your thing. But yeah, been using fish skin to help with skin grafts. Yeah, they're pretty cool. But Sadia, are you like trolling? Because like we are great apes. That doesn't mean we are gorillas. That doesn't mean we are chimpanzees. It just means we're in the same family. Same as how you're not your brother, or you're not your sister, or you're not your cousin. It's actually more closely to cousin. You're not your cousin. You're your own person. But you're still in the same family. You share the same last name. We share DNA with fruits as well? Yes. We share DNA with all living things on Earth. Everything. We share DNA with every single thing on Earth. Living thing on Earth. As far as we know. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. Just like we are mammals, like a fucking whale. Got it? Yeah. Mammals is like a much bigger classification, right? That would be like saying ethnicity flower. Right? Mammals would be like humans' ethnicity, right? If we wanted to give like an example for things to be similar, right? So like your taxonomical class is going to be, you know, your immediate family, your last name. Then you have like the big kingdoms, right? And those would be, you know, the ethnicity. And then at the end of the day, they're kind of arbitrary how we put that. But they are based on science. Harman! Harmana! Harmana! It's been a while. How are you doing, Harmana? How are you? I remember Harmana. I like your YouTube profile picture. Yes, just an axolotl. Big fan. Thank you, Armand. Oh, it's been a while. How are you? How are you in Kovinda? Do you play video games a lot? Yes. Yes, I do. It is my enjoyment. Oh. Love has subscribed. Oh, damn. Finally. Finally, I have love back in my life. Finally! Do you like poutine? Absolutely. But I don't like really cheap poutine. Wow, we have so much in common. Maybe we should get married. Yeah, wait, that's not a lot. What is this gay game? Project Zomboid. The fact that it's gay makes it better. What is this game? I mean, I'm not... It's okay to be gay, Maverick. Happy Pride. I'm subbing just because you are chill? I know. I try my best to be. Are you a top or bottom? Wouldn't you like to know? Happy Pride? Yeah, Happy Pride. Hey, Filan, how you doing? Oh, Maverick. Does your porn categories in real life scare you? How was your date? Yeah, it was a good time. Actually, like that. You keep thinking that, Sadis. Wait, did Sadis say something? Humans aren't apes, but we are animals. In fact, worse than animals. We literally are. Like, I don't know why you're dying on this hill. You're like, we aren't apes, but we are animals, but we're actually worse than animals. Like, really? What a weird hill to die on, only for it to just not matter in the end. We are just animals? Yeah, exactly. Heck, we are worse than animals? I mean, it depends on your definition of worse, I guess. If you want to give, like, a specific definition, then yeah, I guess in some ways we could be, but then in some ways we could do the same thing, trying to say what's worse or not. It doesn't help anybody. Do you stream often? Yeah, I stream often. Do you know me from somewhere, Pompad? Ooh, eggs. Do you know me from somewhere, Pompad? Pompano? If so, you can message... and this just goes for everybody. I do have a Discord that you can all join. More chives. Good seasoning. Carrots. More mushrooms. We kill our own planet, I guess. Yeah, based on that definition, sure. We're based on that definition, yeah, we're worse. But theoretically, you could say, because we can control our own environment to such a degree that we can destroy it, that makes us better. Subjectivity! Framing! This is a joke. This is not what I actually think. Back when we are invasive species. We are the orcs. Phyline, do you ever like those comics, Humans or Space Orcs? I'm a new one, just double, but you gotta go now. Much love. All right, have a good one. You can join my Discord, Papano Fish. Rosemary, yes please. No, you're just doing humor. Whoa. Which comics? There's some comics called Humans Are Space Orcs. Or there's also a subreddit called r/humans or space orcs. It's very funny. Where, like, instead of humanity being really weirded out by aliens' behavior, it's aliens that are really weirded out by humans' behavior. Are good, need to read it. Yeah, check up r/humans or space orcs. It's kind of, it's not like it's a specific comic. It's just like a collection of different ideas that people have. And some people make comments or short stories about it. It's worth it. Humans or space orcs. Freddy the Snake says hello, and I say hello back. Well, we almost got foraging level 10. What do we get for foraging? Like, what level? Foraging Project Zomboid. What are the stats on this? You're a space orc. What the feck? Yes, sure. Items that can be found. Leveling. Okay. Yeah. You're not. Okay. Mechanics. Yeah. Investigate. Search radius. Oh, interesting. I always wonder what, like, a space litter that have seasonal would think about us making massive adult online content. Hey, mate, are you not able to receive super chats yet? No. I don't think I've set that up yet. I'm also not big enough yet. And I do this for the fun of the game. Eventually I might. Hey, demo. Is this game available on console? I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. No. I'm hearing no from my chat. And hearing yes. Okay. That's why we are worse than animals? Animals also do terrible things. It's all a matter of perspective, my guy. Saying we're not apes, and only to say that we are worse than other, we are still animals, yet we are worse than other animals, is the weirdest hill to die on. Otter's a rapist, yeah. Male bears cannibalize their kids, so do lions. Granted, humans have historically done, you know, other crappy things like that in the past, but like, and to this day, but it's like, we're animals. You can play this with a controller, though, Freddy. Okay. Otters and dolphins are horrible creatures. Animals don't know right we are supposed to? Do we? Or have we had to figure that out? The same way other animals have had to. We have the intel to judge what's good and bad, but animals don't have that. We still had to learn about it. We weren't always like that. With all males, because if males don't think it's theirs, the kids step on it to death? Yep. Don't ask me. But still kill people for our ego? Okay. Are you sure we know what's good? We are still animals. That play a battle with it until one lasts. Yeah. And worse than animals? And yet you still deny that we are great apes. You deny that we are great apes, and yet still say we're animals, and that we are worse than animals. So you not only are you wrong, you're also stupid. We are worse than a banana. Okay, we need books. I have to think how I'm going to do... Come on, my ancestors were not apes or fish or monkeys. So you deny evolution, but we are still animals? Wait, do you... Wait, just straight up, Sadia. You deny... We aren't apes, are we? I thought we were closer to other primates. Well, we're great apes, Phylan. Oh. Oh, yeah. The world. Bananas do objectively add more to the worlds. So, wait, do you deny evolution being an actual thing, Sadia? Or do you deny human evolution specifically? Not humans. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, you're stupid. You've even admitted it yourself that we share DNA with animals. You've admitted yourself that we share DNA with animals. And you're like, well, nuh-uh. Monkeys are more like, and the great apes are our first cousins, I guess, sort of. Yeah, it's a decent enough explanation. It's not, like, one-to-one true, but, you know, it's a good enough explanation, Meiji. Not only animals, that doesn't make sense that we are apes. Yeah, it does. Like layman, yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. We share DNA with lots of things. Not only animals, that doesn't make sense that we are apes. Yeah, but how close are those creatures to us? You deny human evolution. We are a product of... I'm not education professionally on it. It's actually one of the few things that I have a slight education on, too. I have actually taken courses on... evolutionary biology, so Aqua has a question. Were we ever at one point monkey? Monkey is a taxonomical description. Demo. Right? So New World monkeys are like came after our descendants, right? It came after like our ancestors, right? So there is no like humans are humans, right? Humans are humans, but we have ancestors that are shared with other creatures, right? So like, you know, think about it this way. It's just taxonomy denial. Yeah, exactly. But think about it this way, Demo. Demo, I'm going to ask you a string of questions and just answer them, right? They may seem very simple, but just try to answer them. You know what, Demo? Come onto the show. I'm going to teach you. Go into my VC. You're going to get to come into my VC. I'm going to ask you some questions. Just so that we can, you know, show people on how to talk. Go into my general chat. I will bring you on. And like we'll go with this in the basics of evolution. Very basics. Alright. Hello, Demo. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. So, Demo, I'm gonna ask you just a string of questions, right? Are you ready? Okay. Are you your brother?
What? No.
No, you're not your brother. Okay. Are you your cousin?
Oh, I think I know this one. No,
No.
I'm myself not my own cousin.
No,
But
you're yourself, right?
every other human is technically cousins because we all have a common ancestor.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that that's true. That's very much true. But the thing I'm pointing out is that you're your own person, but you share, shared lineage with these people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's similar with evolution, right? Humans are humans, right? At no point were we monkeys. At no point were we we are great apes, right? We are apes. We already are apes, right? Apes is a taxonomical distinction, right? Think about it like a last name, right? You may share a last name with people. You share a last name with people, but you're not them, right? So it's like that with evolution. So with like gorillas and orangutans and bonobos, those are our cousins. We share a common ancestor with them. We are still apes, right? We share like the last name Great Ape, but we're our own person. We're our own species. Our brothers and sisters would have been something like Neanderthal and Denisovan and those people, right? So yeah, and apes are categorized by a few different things: teeth, our bone structure, and a few other things, right? So, yeah, like humans are humans. We were never at any point something else. We are just humans. But we share genetics with those people, and if you go back far enough, you will see different species, different last names, different groups, different peoples, and so on and so forth. Same with evolution. If you go back far enough, you're going to see a lot of different species and a lot of different things.
Well, I mean, if you give it anything enough time, won't it technically become everything?
Yeah, that's the whole point of evolution, right? It's branching paths, right? And evolution, and another big misconception with evolution is that individuals do not evolve.
Don't humans evolve? Like,
no,
that's what
individuals do not evolve.
Huh, alright, fair enough.
Individuals do not evolve, populations do. We don't measure evolution through individuals. We measure evolution through populations. We are hairless furries. That we are, Phylan. That we are.
What?
It's true. But yeah, that's how that works. At no point did, let's say, our ancestors give birth to a human. Humans do and are evolving, well said. Yeah, as a species, we are. But there's not going to be a lot of changes.
You'd wish.
There's not going to be a lot of changes because we are a very successful species, so we have no natural selection pressures to really make us undergo a lot of changes, similar to things like crocodiles. Like, crocodiles do go through changes, they go through small changes, but for the past 100 million years, they've been relatively the same because they're a very successful species. The more successful a species is, it's either due to them evolving like crazy amounts to get traits that are necessary, or they're just naturally a very successful species that works with its area and to its environment. So yes, we are evolving, but we're not likely to see huge, massive changes. Oh, well, obviously you can't see it in a lifetime. There are a couple of extinct humans too. Exactly, Neanderthal, Denisovan, those places.
One thing Neanderthals used for, like, racism at one point, pretty much.
Pardon?
Yeah, Neanderthals. It's because, like, back when I first discovered them and figured it out, we used to call them stupid because we thought they were more, like, closely related to, like, African people. And once we realized that, like, the Neanderthals are more closely related to the Caucasians, we completely flipped our view on them and just started saying they were so smart and they were so creative. I'm pretty sure the Neanderthal
yeah, they
like,
switched that,
like,
yeah, because Neanderthal would be living more north, and then they changed like the idea from being stupid to potentially being smarter than us. But there's Neanderthal DNA within people. But yeah, there's once again, science is not without its hiccups and its biases. The whole point of science is to try to remove as much biases as possible.
You'd wish.
Right. Genetic engineering and things like Henrietta lacks blood, enabling major breakthroughs evolve us in terms of more genetic diversity. Yeah, but that's us just breaking the game. Like that's us breaking the game. That's not necessarily that's something that's a little bit something else. But yeah, I see your point. Not in me. Fair enough. It'd be in me. I probably have Neanderthal DNA. But if we are still evolving, then what are we going to be in the near future? The same. Right? That's like asking what a crocodile will be in the near future. Or a chicken.
Yeah, it'll be like...
Right? It's like that's like asking what a crocodile will be, a chicken or something else, right? It's like you don't measure based on individuals. You measure based on population frequencies or the allele frequency. Yeah. I believe a mix of Anunnaki story and Transformers happened way before our time. Ram charge.
What?
In the beginning, there was the Allspark. We are going to be robots, bruh. Well, that's an entirely different thing and has nothing to do with necessarily evolution. Unless you want to say that our actions as a species counts as evolution, in which case, then yeah, I guess. We need to play Evolutionary Predators and Stellaris? No. Firelight, no!
What is his notification?
But, yeah. Do you have any other questions about evolution? Like, trying to understand it? Like, what questions you have?
Sorry, my mind's gone blank. So, to regards to, like, you know, like, we won't see evolution in our lifetime. Yeah, that is, like, true because, like, you know, like, first of all, we don't really have anything to evolve against. We don't, like, because, like, people are, like, different people from different cultures, like, they have, like, somewhat evolved to, like, withstand their environment and stuff like that. So, unless, like, you know, like, climate change happens and then, like, everything goes to hell, then we'll need to evolve, because, you know, that's a bad thing, but...
well, even then, we might not, right? Who's this person you're talking to? One of my buddies from my Twitch chat.
Hello.
So, like, what's the question? Like, it's...
my question is like, what would we evolve to if, like, let's say, like, global warming just, like, didn't happen, like, all the world just got their heads out of their asses and started do something, things got better, and then, like, that's it.
What have crocodiles evolved into?
Crocodiles.
Yeah, what have crocodiles? Like, they're pretty, very, very similar. They've made some minor changes, and yes, there were other species, and we would expect there to be other species over a long enough period of time. And this is ignoring, like, you know, research and development. This is ignoring, like, science, like us messing with our genome. Like, it's... I wouldn't expect there, if we were continuing to be successful, I would suspect we would keep being relatively similar. Like, there would be massive changes. Disregarding things, because it would be just like crocodiles. Right? Like, yeah, there's changes and there were other species that they came from. I didn't hear the question. Oh, Phylan, the question was, if, there wasn't a catastrophic event, what would humanity evolve into? Without, like, a lot of the pressures. I'm like, well, the question, I'd ask, what did crocodiles evolve into? Right? They've been relatively the same for a long time. Now, granted, there are more things than just natural selection that takes place on evolution, right? Natural selection is not the only thing. That's like natural selection is not the only thing that plays into evolution. There's also things like random mutations and stuff like that. So theoretically, if there was like a random mutation from a human that was able to pass down, eventually that mutation could like be transferred to every single person, and then another mutation, and so on and so forth, and then eventually you have that. There aren't major changes in us because we barely interact with nature. That's true. And we're just a highly successful species, too. So, there's not... there wouldn't be much pressure on us to change. Right? Like, natural... Like, you suddenly don't have to... Like, when you don't have to worry about natural selection, then you're not going to change. Right? So if you're not worrying about... Like, if you... To put this into, like, very simple terms, if you're not worried about the immediate... If you not worried about being, killed by something, you can relax. There's no need to run. Conserve your energy. But yeah. But, yeah. One of the things you might see, and one of the things that I just saw Meiji Magi put out, is just like, if we see, like, life on other planets, if those other planets have a distinct enough environment, our humans would adapt to that environment and could possibly be considered a new species. Like, on other planets where it's a different change or stuff like that, like, theoretically, you'd have ones. Apart from our Braid, we live in a very acclimatized enclaves like cities, cars, and techs. We are cheating in a way. Yeah. Like, we don't follow the same laws of other creatures. In fact, other creatures are being affected by us, right? And their natural selection is being played out on... And adaptation is being played on animals that, have to survive our environments, right? Animals that don't survive our environments are dying. Right? That's why we're in a new mass extinction event. And so the ones that are surviving are going to be the ones that get to pass on their genes, and therefore, that's why things like amphibians are going extinct en masse, because they are struggling to survive. Oh yeah, amphibians are dying en masse.
Frogs are dying?
Amphibians. Frogs, salamanders, axolotls.
I'm a fan of the
So, yeah, because they can't adapt to our environments. So theoretically, right, that line could die, or amphibians are able to get a new adaptation to live in human cities, which would then be a new species over time. It's crazy how different people acclimated genetically to different Earth environments, and we are still so close genetically that we can't be categorized as anything but the same species. Yup. Thank you, Manji Magi, for not bringing up eugenics into the fecking discussion. Yippee!
I think that guy just solved racism.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have you seen like this study that was done to like how like humans would evolve to survive a car crash?
Yeah, I've seen that.
The car crash one. It looks so weird.
But like, just because a lot of the species die doesn't mean... It's funny. Natural selection had changed to live in cities and junk food. Yep. Fuck fascists. Thank you, Manjai. Manji Manja, hi, I like you. Please join my Discord. Please become a regular here. I need you. But like, just because a behavior gets you killed does not mean that is a behavior that will be breeded out.
Yeah.
Because as long as you can as long as you can pass on your genetics, a quote-unquote bad trait can still be passed on. Think about like things like peacocks. Peacocks, you know, have that big tail that makes them very easy to be grabbed and eaten. However, the prettier tail is the one that gets the girl, so they're more likely to pass on their genes. So even though it makes them easier to get ripped apart, it makes them also easier to pass on their genes. So just because we see something that can affect us doesn't necessarily mean that it is a trait that will, you know, leave.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that we should like naturally selectively breed.
No, I'm not saying
until
that.
you get a car crash proof person. I was just saying it was interesting.
Yeah. It just means you always have to be fabulous. I mean, depends on the species.
That would be cool though, you know, like being like a peacock. That would be kind of funny.
Yo. But yeah.
What?
At the end of the day, evolution is a thing where we are connected to every other species on Earth. Some a lot further, some a lot farther back. But at the end of the day, we are related to grass. Real birds.
We did all technically evolve from like the same like. Isn't like the leading theory on like how like life started was like all the underground volcanoes and stuff like that.
Sorry?
Yeah, I swear down that was like.
No, what were you saying? Say that again.
Like, isn't like one of the leading theories of like how like all life started on Earth, wasn't it? Like bacteria created like during like.
Oh, the leading theory is abiogenesis, and there's a lot of different ways that it could have started. Right, abiogenesis is the way that life could have started. Abiogenesis specifically is the process that we know that chemistry works together. Naturally things in chemistry bonds together and works together, right? And so the proteins that make up our cells do naturally work together in space. They naturally react together, right? And we have found more than enough proteins in space to make up a cell. I think you only need 52 proteins, and we have found something like 74. To make like the very first protocell. So as long as those proteins are able to mix together, it should be reason enough to that they work together to make the first cell, the first protocell, and then that first protocell goes on to eat all the other proteins and gets better, and so on and so forth. You need 10? You only need 10? How many proteins needed to make a protocell? So there's a couple different ones. There's one where there's a couple different theories of how many you need. Either way, we have found enough for multiple theories to be true. The problem is how do they mix, right? Like, we found all the ingredients, but we don't know how they mixed. right? Think about it this way. We have found the flour. We have found the yeast. We have found the eggs. We have found all the ingredients to make the cookies. We just don't know how they mixed. There's a lot of different theories on how they mixed. But we just don't know.
That's probably where I was like saying like
and that's one of the ways. The volcano is one of the ways that could have happened, because the volcano also could have protected those proteins from the sun.
I've heard it. Look, I know this is like way off topic, but I've just remembered it and it's kind of interesting.
Well, abiogenesis, whilst not evolution, does have ties to evolution. But yeah, you don't want to get those two mixed up.
I'm talking about something else now. Now, have you heard of the theory? It's like a pretty new one that Earth and like the Milky Way is inside of a black hole.
I've heard of it, but I have no reason to think that. At least not right now.
I've delved a bit deeper into it. I don't really have an opinion on it because, you know, like, it's space. I want to learn more about our goddamn oceans than Mars.
Look up Blitz PhD.
Pretty much. Yeah. So pretty much the whole theory is that, well, like, the main reason that the theory came about is a scientist like doing like some like scans or like readings of space, like galaxies, to like measure, like see if like their hypothesis was right on like that, like if these ones are like turning in that way and these ones are turning that way, then these like 5 should be all turning right, and like they were turning left. So they came up with 3 possible theories, where either in a black hole they got the hypothesis completely wrong, or they just got really unlucky. I just find it interesting.
Occam's razor. I would suspect human error.
Probably. Yeah. But that would be kind of cool if we were inside a black hole. I mean,
well, then we have a lot more questions.
yeah. Well, if we were inside a black hole, we wouldn't have to worry about a black hole hitting Earth. So.
Well,
yeah.
You'd still need to worry about black holes.
Wait, what? But if we're inside a black hole, how can another black hole hit us?
Black holes can collide.
I'm dumb. Yes, they can.
Black holes can collide. We've seen.
Oh yeah, when they collide, they make a supermassive
We've seen
black
it.
hole.
We've seen black holes collide. Well, as much as you can see.
No, it don't make like a supermassive black hole or something.
Kind of, but that could mess up everything. We've
what the hell's a white hole?
Well, white hole, we don't know what those. We don't even know if those are real yet.
I swear down there is such thing as a white hole. I'm gonna Google this.
But yeah, you still have to worry about black holes.
Darn it!
You don't get to run away from black holes. They collapse into one. Yeah, exactly.
But well, there's no like proof that a white hole exists, but we
don't know. Or rotate around each other faster and faster. Yeah, exactly.
White holes have always like fascinated me, even though they don't exist apparently. But
well, it sounds kind of gay, but
wait, do you not know what a white hole is?
I know what a white hole is. It's the opposite of a black hole. Instead of sucking in massive amounts of matter, it spews out matter, and it might be what the other end of a black hole could be.
That would be interesting. So,
white holes are a math theory as wormholes, yeah. There are rogue black holes zipping through the universe, I think. Yeah, there are. There 100% are black holes just zipping through, because, like, black holes are just, you know, super dense things, and they can move. They have mass, and they die. They just take a lot longer to die. Is it Big Bang, or was that a bad interpretation of the theory? White holes is just a math theory, like wormholes, right? It's like the idea of, like, you know, how if you look at this piece of paper, a wormhole is like, if you flip the paper, then you get there instantaneously. A white hole is a potential thing that's on the other end of a black hole, right? A black hole just sucks in, and the white hole spews out, theoretically. But I'm not sure. But ever since we found Hawking radiation, it's less likely that's a thing, I guess. It could also be an entirely different thing.
Yeah, so chances are, like, now evolution-wise, it'll happen to humans in a lifetime. But I noticed, like, could be completely wrong, and I could just be, like, talking like crap.
Okay.
But recently in the wild, like, people have found, like, these, like, random groups of monkeys just, like, entering their own version of a Stone Age.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that could indicate some form of evolution.
Not really. Do you think humans always had access to fire?
Well, everything has access to fire. Some things are just too dumb to understand.
Do you think humans have always had access to make fire?
No, because
what about
too
tools?
Dumb to make it.
Right? Like, what about stone tools? Have we always been?
I mean, you've always had. Fair enough, honestly.
Right? It's at one point we were as quote unquote, I think natural fires always existed. Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, did we always have access to making our own fire? Right? Yeah, like, did we understand how to, like, make it ourselves and, make it wherever we wanted? Did we ever find a way to, like, control fire? I don't think we always did that. More than likely we always had a form of tools. Because we know that our, like, Homo habilis used tools, which is one of our earliest ancestors. I bet humans figured out how to attract lightning to objects before we figured out, like, friction. I think it's more like we chased lightning, if anything.
Yeah.
Eh.
There's no what Benjamin Franklin did.
But
the key with the egg tight.
We invented fire. Your barbaric ancestors seen it from us. My barbaric ancestors. Who are my barbaric ancestors? We have the same ancestors, Eminem. Turkey. Oh. But the point I'm trying to make out is that the ability to know tools is what's known as a meme. And not like a funny haha meme. A meme is a passed down behavior that's not necessarily tied to your genetics.
Meme.
A meme, yeah. It's a passed down behavior.
I did not know meme had multiple meanings.
Yes. The meme in evolution, or evolutionary biology, is it means it's a passed down behavior that's not tied to your genetics. But it's a passed down behavior. And so any creature, so we see these memes and we see these ideas in a whole bunch of other species. We see it in elephants, whales, especially orcas, chimpanzees, bonobos, all bunch of species have memes, right? And they'll have individual memes. Feck, you mean passed down behavior. Things like tools. Things like, this is what we do with our dead. We invented civilization while you savages picking thicks out of each other's bushes. Well, Eminem, at the end of the... all humans still came from, like, Homo habilis. It's not like Turkish people where some are somehow different than, like, other humans, or, we didn't come from the same place. Anyways.
I'm friends with some Turkish people. They're nice.
So, yeah, the idea is that those ideas can be passed down from generation to generation. And if those ideas keep getting passed down, those ideas can be built upon, and then you get, that's how we got fire, and then we got agriculture. That's how humanity had a few different revolutions. The difference between humanity before and after the agricultural revolution is massive. It's massive. Like culture and mannerisms, pretty much. Manji. But yeah, those, and those would have been memes placed down on memes, those idea. Crooked Eye, you... They're allowed an opinion and stuff. Yeah. Straight Sapiens, we are there, are you gays? Eminem, are you trolling or not? I know you're trolling, but... Because he's calling himself Straight Sapiens, not
That is an interesting... That is an interesting question.
What's the
I know
question?
there are other animals besides... Wait, there was no question. Okay. I know there are other animals, gay, gay things, but that sounded so weird.
Homosexuality?
No. Yeah, homosexuality is found in, nature.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
But, now I'm starting to wonder, has anything, specifically evolved just to be, homosexual?
Depends on your definition of homosexual, right? Is it just same-sex species? Because there are some species that are hermaphroditic. So they're technically all the same sex. So technically they would all be, homosexual because they all have the same sex. Because they're all hermaphroditic. It's just who gets penetrated and who doesn't. Right? And some species.
What?
Yeah, there's there's a snail that literally will battle with their penises and fence with their penises to see who's the bottom and who's the top. So in that way, yeah, that's that's same sex stuff.
Don't male seahorses give birth or something?
Well, that's an example of oviposition.
Not bad.
Can't have an opinion. Yeah, Crooked. Thank you, Crooked. Thank you, Crooked. One of my favorite mods.
That's what I feel like right now.
And also, the Sumerian civilization as well. But yeah, so... And you guys ruined it? Okay. He's getting Eminem is getting a timeout.
What's happening now?
He's just trolling, and I don't want him saying just this stupid shit.
Wasn't that the same guy you said, Drew, please join the Discord?
No, Manji Magi is. I love him. He's my bro now. He is my YouTube comments bro. I'd almost consider if I see him a few more times and see him a little while, I might almost consider making him a mod. I love hymns.
What? I have known you for many years.
You're a child.
You have no proof.
Anyways.
I'm just trying to prove how clear I can make it. So,
So, so, anyways, yeah. So there are ones that have evolved to have same sex. It's just that they're hermaphroditic.
Oh. Cool.
That's all. And there are other species that are hermaphroditic too, not just those snails that penis joust. I am 30. Manji Magi, join my Discord, please! I need to make you a mod for my YouTube. I will make you a YouTube mod. I love you.
You've known this guy for 20 seconds.
Sidorak, yikes. Yikes what? But yeah, That's... See, biology is a very awesome and weird and wild thing, and I love it. Although I understand chemistry more than I understand biology.
I know a bit about biology. I'm just...
Yeah. By all means, learn about it. Like, the thing is like, a lot of the misconceptions about evolution is taught. Like, you've probably seen that whole thing with, like, oh, a chimp turning into a human. Like, that image.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all wrong.
That image is, is kind of true. They've missed out a lot, but, like, it gets the base idea.
Well, no, it doesn't. That image is, like...
Oh, darn.
That image is horrible. Because we don't come from modern apes. We are modern apes, and us together as modern apes come from different apes. We never at one point came from a chimpanzee. Both us and chimpanzee came from a natural ancestor. I've been around once before, not sure if I'll be a mod, but I'm sticking around, I can still join Discord. Either way, Magi, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And I've been and seeing how my YouTube chat gets uppity and crickety, I might need and getting bigger too. It's getting big real fast, faster than I can handle in some ways. I'm probably going to need mods for it.
Last stream YouTube chat was mental.
The Atom models are also inaccurate, but at least the Atom models don't give you really bad misconceptions.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, there is like a more modernized version. I actually know a bit about the
It's crazy that people don't understand human evolution. Oh yeah, I agree, Sidorak.
Yeah, there is a more modern version of the human atom, of the atom model, but we just use like a more simplified version because apparently it's easier to teach.
Yeah. Why Atheist celebrates Christmas? Because it's fun. Because it's fun. I don't celebrate it because I think my savior was born. It's fun.
And also, Jesus' birthday was moved just to like ruin a pagan holiday.
Yeah, exactly.
He was born in the summer.
Likely, maybe. You also understand that Jesus as a person is like
different from Jesus then.
Well, it's easily for our best known like understanding of it is that it's a mixed match of several different guys at that time, and also just goes on too, right? Like the story of Jesus in the Gospels. Like, look at if you read the Gospels and you tally the differences between Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you'll see a night and day difference. Not just you won't just find contradictions within the text, but you'll also just find, like, just Jesus acting completely differently. Like, look at how Jesus views the Romans in Mark versus Luke versus John. You'll see completely different stories. He also has different, like, last words. He has different tones and different actions and different ways of reacting.
Isn't like one of like the things in like Christianity, like not drinking too much, and yet Jesus could turn water into the alcoholic beverage?
That depends on the version of Christianity.
I always forget there's like thousands of different types.
Yeah. Anyways.
And yet they call the LGBTQ community weird for having so many labels.
Anyways, I'm going to kick you out. I'm going to go play again.
Okay.
Goodbye,
everyone.
Bye, demo.
Bye, guys.
If I was a part-time mod, I could maybe help. Oh, Magi. I don't expect... If I made you mod, Magi, I wouldn't, like, expect you to come to every stream. Just when you're here. When you can make it. I don't
pay my mods, so I don't expect things from them.
At least not yet. If I had like a full-time mod, or if I was doing it full-time and I had full-time mods, then yeah. But yeah, if I make anyone mods at this point, it's entirely based on like, hey, if you're here, keep out the riffraff kind of idea. Anyways, I think tomorrow in this game, we go trying to find more books. Are you a blue jeans guy? I prefer darker jeans. Is Project Zomboid Build 42 still the experimental? Yes. Yes, it is. Unfortunately. How's my vehicle doing? Okay, so the hood's dead. If the plans ever come up, I have commitments that would make at home more preferable. Like I said, I don't, I accepted doing mod ones. Dude was live 10 hours a day for like 200 days. Never again. Well, yeah. No, if I was doing it full time, then I would. So you get that faded on the back pocket. What does that mean, Jessica Stevens? I don't wear that skinny of jeans. And I don't put my phone, I don't put my wallet in my back pocket. Have a good one, demo. Okay, so what do I do for the next couple hours? I talked to Aqua's live. Yeah, you did. That's where a man should carry a wallet? No, no, no. Like, in my right pocket holds my keys and my wallet. My left pocket holds my phone. My back pocket is where my extra work keys go. My back pocket is for what I need to, like, because that stuff doesn't come out. Like, I don't put things in my back pocket. I put things in my side pockets. My Pop-Pop was a police maiden and had a giant ring of keys. Fair enough. Now we have food. We have food for the trip because we're going to be driving a lot tomorrow. But yeah, I'm a landscaper, so I occasionally just run into things. I have my truck keys. My phone case holds my driver's license, bank card, truck key, and cash. Other pockets for cigarettes and lighter. Fair enough. I have never smoked or done drugs in my life. I do not intend to. You know what I should try to do? So I should try to find some rocks. I can make some axes. What I should be trying to do is make some axes. Yeah, that's what I'll do for today. Search focus for stones. Enable search. Let's go. Stones are rare. That's okay. Broken branch. Crickets. But where are you from, Mangy Magi, if you don't mind me asking? Pop pop is not a phrase I hear very often. Need to find flint. Nap sharp flint flake. Oh, I can nap stuff. Oh! If I find flint nodules. Oh, I need to be picking those up. Oh, okay. I was raised Italian in North New Jersey, Bloomfield. Nice. You already know I'm Canadian. Nanny a pop pop. Fair enough. Limestone. Hey, flint nodule, nice. Large stone. What can I do with large stone? Break large stone into stones. I need a sledgehammer or a cut hammer. I'm up in the Yukon territory. Nice. Fellow Canadian. Hello. Sapling. Hell yeah. That's another... Fellow Canadian. The video, my bad if I'm not responding. That's okay. Is super, from Northern, I've taken 5 trips down? I'd assume so. I've lived in Northern Canada. I lived in Prince George, which is generally considered Northern Canada. Actually, I've been meaning to check one of the things. There's campsites. Chetwynd area is one of the trips. It's a few hours from Prince George. Yeah, I know what Chetwynd is. Alright, we've already found 2 spears. Johnson Creek Road went from 4... Wow! You lost 300, like 200 pounds in 90 days? Whoa. Absolute unit. Bit of a walk, eh? To get to the lake? It's not the worst walk. We're gonna be here for the day fishing. Should be fine. I'm gonna go to the, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the washroom chat. Alright, I am back. Oh. Ram Charger has followed. Thank you for the follow. I knew there'd be zombies up here. Like, I was just so sure of it. See, my full first signed mountain lion in summer 2 was uneasy sleeping. Oh, I've believe me, I know the spook. I understand. I've had one yowl at me in the middle of the night, right above me. Boy, is it thundering. But yeah, Ren Charge, I'm currently living in Regina. But I've lived all over Canada. At least places. I lived in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario. Ah! I've been in Whitehorse all my life. Fair enough. Oh, wow, that's very up north. Alright, zombies are dead. BJ. Yeah, those don't come for free there, Dalton. Is there anything else on this map? Because we're definitely have to go to Riverside again, but I'm just curious. On the other side of the lake, there's Camp Busy Beaver, which would probably have a lot of Zeds. Probably not a lot of loot. But eventually I'll probably go up there just to see it. Just you on the server? Yeah. This is my extinction run. Been having a grand old time. On Thursdays, I'm going to be playing with friends on with the friends server, where we're playing literally ourselves. And doing this build, which has been serving me very well. This build has been serving me very, very, very well. I've been liking this build for Extinction. And even though spears have been nerfed, they've been doing it pretty well. They've been able to use them pretty fucking well. Yeah, I have this goal to bring this back up to shape. That's the goal of this build, is to bring this back up to shape. To really bring it back up to shape, though, I'm going to need a sledgehammer. So yeah, I have to install some new doors and stuff like that. But I need the carpentry level 2. I don't want to grind that much. Like, I grinded up the 2 levels of carpentry already. I don't want to grind that much. So we're going to go back to Riverside to find some books. And I have like 10 spears in there, and we'll go there until we run out of stuff. And it's a trip that I can't make all too often, but it's a trip I have to make in this instance, I think. But yeah, just need to find books. Books. I have an idea, though. So what's the idea, you may ask? Well, gonna go to Riverside. And I'm going to make a little bit of noise in one area. And then hope to not have that noise pop up and then jump into my car and kind of circle out. And hopefully not have to worry about it. I think I know exactly where I'm going to go to. Yeah, I know exactly where I'm going to go. Yeah. Okay. This may be where we die. But I refuse to live like a... like a bitch and grind that much. I need the books. Riverside has... That wasn't fair! Okay, we have to be very careful. Nothing is... our engine is basically completely exposed, so... Oof. Have yous done with your homo talk? Hey, gay people are great. If you don't think gay people are awesome or perfectly fine to exist, then you should get the feck out, or you will just be removed permanently. I have zero tolerance for bigots. Do you like hot dogs? I like hot dogs. Oh, there's my pet. We invented being gay, too. Aha. I don't know about that. We were gay before it was cool. Check it out. Okay? So, if I'm talking about people being gay, what's the point? Why, Ottomans had many. I'm well aware. Oh, fuck off. Let's play Marvel Rivals. I might get back into that game. Also, gay. I like gay people. I'm not gay myself, but I think gay people are awesome. I want to say their first Pride, but horribly timed after a Philippines Days parade. They wore stuff I never, but gave those families more than they asked for. Oh dear. Oh. Missed. Are you though? No, I'm not. I can't believe I missed that shot. Big black hairy men? No. Big black hairy women. Why? Why what? Why don't I like them? Yeah, not my thing. Why don't you like whatever you don't like? Preference. Preferences exist. I mean, you look like... Okay. Was a cult MAGA? No, but they are a cult. Read the pinned comment. Are you a JoJo's fan? Not really. Not my thing. But they're fun. So you are a huge fan of Spider-Man. What draws you to him the most? His... relatability to me, specifically. And I like how he fights cosmic threats and he's still an everyday superhero. It's one of the big things that I love about him is that he will do whatever he needs. He's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but he also still fights cosmic threats. What up? Millionaire Trustee's back. Cutie, I am not that innocent. Hey, cutie Canadian. Okay. Hi. JoJo the singer? No. But yeah, feck MAGA. I'm not American. I'm Canadian, but still. No, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Are we having our 10 viewers chance to win Project Zomboid on GOG today? No. I do this for the fun of it. Hey, Vexed. Do you love the gayness? Gay people are cool. Canadians are Americans? No, they're not. We kicked your ass in 1812 because we're not. One of y'all should donate. I need to get food. No, I don't have money. Joe's Witnesses came to our place once when we were in a village. Somebody let them in and they just sat and watched us pass around a bunch of dickies. Is it true that Genuines believe that only specific amount of people will go to paradise? I mean, they believe that only people that, you know, worship God or didn't have a chance to know God will go to paradise. But they only believe that 144,000 go to heaven, if that's what you're referring to. Canadians are a mix between French and British people. Yeah. More or less. We have our own culture now. God. As continental inhabitants, maybe, yeah. Canada is in North America, so you are American. Well, okay. Well, in that way, sure. But that defeats what we generate the colloquial definition of American. Hey, I'm lesbian. I thought you were American. Okay, I need to lock in chat. I'm not going to be able to read chat for a bit. Because I'm about to do something very dangerous. Or maybe not. Let's see. Or maybe not. Oh my goodness. I think I regret coming here. I think there's a side. What are you, like, sub 98Q or something? Oh. Says the millionaire trustee in my chat. Same time. Not without dying. A lot. Cycling 500 million? Oh, hell yeah. Wish this game was on Xbox? Fair enough. I don't like this. The sirens that work good for it. You do or don't? Holy shit. I had to park, chill in another vehicle, and then shoot up the ground with the siren vehicle. Yeah, unfortunately, sprinters exist in this game mode. So I have to deal with... And I'm on one of the highest amount of zombies. Oh my goodness. I have made a terrible decision. I have made a terrible decision. Hmm. 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 You being at voice chat scares me. Oh. You cannot stop the king's chariot. Oh? Which king? Which king? Oh, I'm well aware. Oh, yeah, Asgore. Yeah, from Undertale. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I have a kind of a spot to, like, relax in. That did some number on my thing. Oh. Okay. Aqua, why are you what? The king's chariot is, biologically speaking, I am human. Maybe. Aqua, when are you? Now. Okay, we have some really crappy food, but keep us alive while we mess with this for now. How are you? Alive? Yeah. You guys see any stuff on the ground? Wait, why is there a zombie on the roof? What time are you doing the Project Zombo giveaway? When I have money and this becomes a full-time job. Who are you? I'm Aqua. Come on, if you weren't messing around with those fake Western, you would have a job at SpaceX by now. I wouldn't want to work at SpaceX. This is incredibly spooky. Yeah, I ain't working for Elon. $250,000 a year? I still wouldn't want to work for Elon. Work with him? That's even worse. Elon Musk is one of the worst people in the world. Would you stream in a monkey costume? I mean, if the money was good. We'll make more than $1,000 a day. Yeah? Well, it depends on the... Yeah. Alright. Well, this was a bit of a bust, unfortunately. No books here. Found some magazines, I guess, but... Let's move on to the next thing, I guess. Wow. I mean, there's also the aspect of supply and demand, right? RAM charges, like, you live in an area where, you know, professionals like that are a little bit harder to come by. $90K people, 3 people doing taxes. Yeah, that's a little bit more of a supply and demand situation. Hi, from New Zealand. If you could learn one skill instantly, what would it be and how would you use it? Lawyer. Does that count? Oh, there's a raccoon. Oh my god! That's a bit of a bust. If it was stable, would you get connected to it? No. I don't trust Elon. I don't trust Elon in any capacity. So, I don't care if it's stable. I don't trust Elon. Simple as that. And never have it snap. That's a good one. How about to be able to read people's minds? Oh, I don't need to do that. If we're talking about superpowers, I'd want regeneration. Yes, your chat flows, messages are going through. Tequila. Do 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 do. True. How about Dr. Manhattan's powers? I mean, I don't need that much, honestly. Genuinely. I just want the ability to naturally regenerate. Like, not naturally, but like regenerate like Wolverine. If we're talking about powers, Wolverine's. Specifically his healing factor. Preferably even better than his. What sci-fi movie has been the most influential in the last 50 years? Star Wars. Next question. What did you eat today, please? Some pizza. Just want books, man. I don't have the gas to just keep exploring. Immortality plus indestructibility? Oh, I don't want immortality. What about a 2001 Space Odyssey? Well, since 2001 Space Odyssey... I don't think 2001 Space Odyssey is as influential as Star Wars. It's a good one, and it's popular, but it's not as influential as Star Wars. See, I want to be able to end things if necessary. How good is Canada's Domino's Pizza? Eh? It's cheap pizza. Be available... home robots are available right now. That can really help in the home. We have those already. Now, if you're talking about like completely autonomous robots, well, that's an entirely different thing. I have an idea. This is a bad idea, but it's an idea. I love women. Women are pretty cool. are a bit culty. They pool their money and they take shifts sleeping in different ones. I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult. Just in general, so. Aqua, do you be goated with the sauce? Yes. Do you think that we'll be here in 100 years, or do you think we'll destroy ourselves with AI or nukes? I'd like to not think that, but I don't think AI is as scary as people lead it out to be, besides it causing, like, societal harm. But that doesn't mean that humanity will be destroyed, or civilization in general. Because we don't have AI yet, we have generative algorithms. Get out of here. Get out of here. Time to get out of here. Would you be with an AI girlfriend, Blade Runner style? I will destroy us all. I mean, it depends. Like, I don't think Blade Runner is a good story, but, you know. If we actually have created an artificial intelligence, what's the difference? Between a human and actual true artificial intelligence. Not LLMs, not generative algorithms. A thinking person that can learn and do their own thing. And consent. Most importantly, consent. And chooses. I made a mistake. Yeah, that did not do what I wanted it to do. True, we seem close. I don't think we're any close at all. Just physical contact aspect. Eh? What if the stream is just an elaborate AI? Might just fit the bill. Men just want peace and respect? You don't think women want peace and respect? Resolute Island? Victor Namenko. Which cult? The pinned comment says all. Holy shit. How do you make progress? How do you make progress? Turn back in for PZ gameplay. Somehow got welcome to the internet, folks. Yep. Did you sacrifice your babies? No. But in a way, they did. Yeah, they did. Their no blood transfusion policy. That's sacrificing babies. And people. Ray Simmons, Zach Matter is better than John Sallet in professional basketball. Okay. I don't know who those people are. The immediate 180? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my vehicle stalled. That's not good. That's not good at all. I wished I could just Molotov this shit. How come you don't use flamethrower? Because I don't have a flamethrower, and sprinters exist. It's one thing to have flaming zombies that eventually burn, and there's another thing of flaming fecking zombies that... You know, run at you. I think you're in Louisville? Yeah. Fire to the force and let them burn? Yeah, but they run! Is this Project Zomboid? Yes. They run at you, my guy! Is it fun yet? Oh, it's very fun. I enjoy it. Oh, what a waste of gas. I mean, we got some stuff, but we ended up ripping apart so much of our stuff, and we didn't get a lot in return. Like, how do you even take Riverside? Slowly and methodically. You have a car, light the fires, and run? Yeah, but the fires, they don't... My guy, the game doesn't recognize when you're gone. So, like, the fires can burn out. The car's condition must be down the drain too? Yep. Yes, it is. What's the best superhero? I like the Flash. Although I'm a huge fan of Cyclops, too. You can stay here for tonight, I guess. Figure out what we're doing in the morning. That would work in real life. What delusional bullshit is happening today? Oh, nothing much. But, yeah. The game doesn't have the resources to remember fire for everything. And I also want, if I allow the fire to spread uncontrollably, it'll destroy all the loot that I need for myself. We had a person, though, Rila, that said that evolution is real. Except for humanities, and except for human evolution. And they said that, you know, we are animals still, though. We're just worse than animals. Give yourself a bunch of a spawn that get some guns, survive with the goal of killing as many as possible. True. Don't think they mean it correctly. Yeah, as a philosophical thing maybe, but they're like, they said that we're not apes, which got me chuckling. Keys are probably upstairs. Well, we'll see. Just a chuckle feck and a half. It is! Yeah. They broke the window for the love of the game. Oh, there's an empty saucepan. I was kind of looking for one of those. And saying feck it. Yeah. They're like... Yeah, it was interesting. Oh, I don't have another. I think we were basic and bushy like Transformers. One group wanted to take something and ruin life, another group wanted to stop the other group. I mean... I have no idea what that means, but you know. You should set that house on fire? Why? I'm trying to sleep in it tonight. What's your most BS death to date? Mine was getting grabbed while in a car because I broke the window when my keyboard wasn't working. Oh, mine are just usually BS or just due to bugs. I've had a few bugs that happen. Those are my BS kills, is when bugs happen. I don't know how you attract some people, but you do. Maybe people feel safe. Maybe I'm just feel like a safe place. Honestly, the half creation shit pisses me off more than creation is garbage. Fair. Oh, feck off. Have the ovaries to be wrong with their whole ass chest? True. And press Q, you'll whisper. Oh yeah, I know. I've been playing this game for a long time, Link. But the zombies in extinction mode have better senses. They have, or at least some of them have better senses, some of them don't. All good. Oh, they destroyed this house. I thought this house hadn't been touched. Oh, you tried it. I heard the biting animation. Oh boy. Oh, fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck. How does the short blade insta-kill work? I can never do it on command. It's a chance-based thing now. Based on how high your level is. And also if there are any zombies around. These spoodles. You used to guarantee the kill? But, yeah. People part are generally bad with? Yeah. Why did it run? Phylan, have you not been seeing some of my zombies? I've been playing on Extinction! Some of them are sprinters! Some of these zombies are sprinters! There's a chance any one of them could be sprinters. My lad, this is what I've been playing on this entire time, and you're saying I'm not good? These things exist! They run at me! It's a bad time! It's a very bad time!